Sì, sì, just a stand. Okay.
You can stand and after,
yeah.
after
That's
just different photos.
Three or four pictures.
Okay.
Okay.
Fantastic.
What we can.
Wow.
Maybe
Amazing
one
lights.
more. No,
No,
we
I will
Ah, we
send,
share
I
it.
will
No,
send.
no, don't worry.
maybe we can stand a little bit more together.
Okay, another one?
Yeah. Yeah, one more. Okay. And the second one, if you want, it's really look nice. Give me a camera, and the second you can shake the hands, and then I will.
Ah, okay.
Now the second. So they shake the hands for the healthy.
But I'm not important, eh?
Yes, you are.
Health association, that's is most important. Perfect. And I have the idea, if you are visiting like Lanzerhof, maybe it's an idea, if you do some trips with your association members, you can visit them, our country, because we are strong in the well-being part, not the medical part. So
Yes, perfect. Yeah, yeah, perfect.
the heart of the Pyrenees, there is a country that has grown in harmony with the mountains. A place where nature sets the pace and where the seasons transform the landscape to be experienced in all its forms. With its pure air and endless peaks, the scenery stretches beyond the horizon. And within this vastness, freedom turns into adventure. And when the rhythm slows down, water invites you to reconnect, to rediscover balance, to let time, for a moment, stand still. From these mountains comes a cuisine to be shared around the table, celebrating the joy of life's small moments. Culture is also part of this landscape. It lives on in stone, in the villages, and in traditions passed down from generation to generation. It is identity and an open, authentic way of understanding the world. And through charming streets and avenues, discovery is a pleasure. Strolling, choosing, and being surprised are all part of the experience. Because here, every detail matters, and every experience leaves its mark. Welcome to Andorra.
Molt bon dia novament, benvinguts al nostre Congrés Mundial de Turisme.
Welcome to you all this morning, and we are back at this edition, Snow Mountain Wellness Destination and Digital Influence.
Organization. Iniciem un nou matí pels de...
We're starting a new morning of debates and presentations in which we'll talk about topics such as disconnection, changes with AI, tourism, hyperconnectivity, or new technologies applied to snow destinations, like here in Andorra. We will address the future of snow and mountain tourism from different perspectives and different points of view. And just like yesterday, we'll try and provide new imaginative solutions with these high-level speakers. So let's start without further ado. With digital detox and wellness, disconnect to reconnect. Today we'll explore the value of conscious or aware disconnection in a world saturated with screens and hyperconnectivity in connection with the value and opportunity of mountain destinations. First of all, we'll have a short presentation and then a very rich debate. Joan Muro will be speaking to us. He is in charge of Andorra Health Destination and is a specialist in wellness. The floor is yours, Joan. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here again this year. Let me start by describing or imagining, asking you to imagine, close your eyes and imagine this. Imagine an ordinary person, perhaps one of us, wakes up in the morning, and before they even get out of bed, they're already looking at the screen of their mobile phone, WhatsApps, emails, notifications, news, everything at the same time. And the day carries on in this vein. When we get to work, meetings, screens, video conferences, calls, constant interruptions, and so on. And when the night comes, the body is tired because very often it's true that it's hard to switch off. It's hard to find a moment of silence. So now I'd like you to imagine the opposite. A morning in the mountains in the beautiful Sorten Valley here. Silence, fresh air, no notifications. In fact, we almost have no network coverage in some places. All you can hear is the sound of the wind and the river gushing down, and very full after so much snow that we've had this year. Time seems completely different. The tempos change, and for a moment, everything stops in its tracks. This difference between being constantly connected and being able to truly disconnect is what brings us here today in this round table. We live in a hyper-connected world where being connected has never been so easy, and paradoxically, disconnecting has never been so necessary. Digital saturation has become an everyday reality, and more people are looking for spaces where they can stop, take a breath, and reconnect with nature, but also with themselves. And this is not a superficial need, it's a deep-rooted need linked to mental health, emotional wellness, and increasingly physical health too. And that's where mountain destinations like Andorra have a unique opportunity, because Andorra represents very well this contrast, a modern, dynamic, connected country, but at the same time surrounded by nature, silence, landscapes, amazing landscapes that invite you to slow down. It's a place where the mountain is not just a landscape, but an essential part of our identity as a country, where wellness is not a new concept. For years, we've had a natural evolution of what already exists, outdoor activities, connection with the environment, and a wonderful quality of life. In a few minutes here, we can go from the noise and the bustle of the city centre to the country, to the calm more absolute than we can experience. For example, Pic d'Arcalis, and that's a luxury, but a responsibility. It's a responsibility, a collective responsibility, because the question is no longer just whether we can offer wellness, but how we define wellness. What does wellness really mean today? Is it just relaxation? Is it health? Is it prevention? Is it experience? How do we move from offering relaxation to creating truly transformative experiences? How do we prevent wellness from becoming a simple marketing slogan and give it some authenticity based on tradition and on scientific evidence? And above all, how do we do this without compromising the natural environments that make these destinations so very special? Today's discussion wants to explore these different questions. We'll talk about how wellness tourism is evolving, about how mountain destinations can adapt to it, about the role of natural and cultural resources, about real sustainability, and about the future, particularly in relation to mental health and the growing need to reconnect with nature. Because deep down, this conversation isn't really just about tourism, it's something deeper. It's about how we design experiences that allow us to stop, take a breath, and find our balance again. How we turn travel into a real wellness tool. And perhaps, in this process, we're also redefining what travel really means. Not traveling more, but better. Not traveling faster, but deeper. And perhaps we don't have to have more constant connection, but more presence in the moment. So to help us to explore all of this, we have two exceptional speakers today with complementary perspectives, one from science and health, the other from the system and development vision of the sector. I'm really looking forward to hearing them and sharing this conversation with you all. So without further ado, let's begin.
A pleasure to introduce our two speakers who will help us explore this topic from complementary perspectives. Mrs. Lina Husenli is the director of the Institute of Spa and Balneology, the first and only public research institution in Czech Republic dedicated to spa and balneology. She holds a master's degree in environmental studies and MBA in healthcare management. She is currently pursuing a PhD in hygiene and preventive medicine at Charles University in Prague, focusing on the role of the spa care in the prevention and treatment of lifestyle-related diseases. Throughout her career, she has demonstrated a strong leadership and institutional transformation and capabilities. One of her most notable achievements has been securing European funding for the creation of the SPA Research Centre, a strategic project supported by the European Union Just Transformation Fund. Under her leadership, her institute has experienced a significant growth, multiplying its budget and expanding professional team while strengthening its international profile. She is also an active member of European SPA Association and serves to the International Scientific Committee of European Historic Thermal Towns Association, contributing to shaping the future of spa medicine and Europe's thermal heritage. Her work combines research, strategy, and leadership, driven by the belief that spa medicine must evolve into an evidence-based discipline and become a recognized pillar of modern preventive healthcare. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Alina Hussein-Lee.
Thank you.
And then Mrs. Lina Nosevich is an expert in management and promotion of health in rehabilitation tourism with extensive experience in developing sectoral policies and strategies at national level. She currently serves as Executive Director of the National Association of Medical Spa and Rehabilitation Centers in Lithuania, where she leads the coordination of key institutions in this field. Throughout her career, she has played a significant role in strengthening of Lithuania's position as a leading destination for medical wellness and tourism, and she has contributed to advancing quality standards, fostering service innovation, and promoting international cooperation across the sector. Her professional background includes close collaboration with both public and private stakeholders in the design and implementation of health and sustainable tourism strategies. She is also an university lecturer and a PhD candidate in economics, and holds an academic background in management, health, and public policy, which enables to approach the sector for a comprehensive and strategic perspective. She is currently focused on promoting integrated models that combine rehabilitation, prevention, and wellness, with particular emphasis on improving quality of life or supporting healthy aging. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Lina Nosevich. Okay, let's begin the discussion. We first, with the part of trends chapter, with a main question. What are the main trends you are currently observing in wellness tourism, and how can the mountain destinations adapt to them in a competitive way? Lina, perhaps we can start with you from national and market local level.
Hello for everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation and for the possibility to share our experience, and really thank you for Andorra, for UN Tourism, that we have possibility to meet, to have the opportunity to share our experience. And starting from the overview, actually the health and well-being tourism is no longer the niche product and niche area. It's not just about the spa services. It's already the destination, health destination product, where we could have together and use the healing remedies, if we have the problem, sleeping disorders. What we see from an international part of the health or wellness industry, that people are looking more for the experience, for the professional products, not just to come for the spa, for the treatment, but to have the holistic view of the products. It means the industry and the producers of the health tourism should think about new ideas. So create the products which is unique for your, for example, mountain area. You have the beautiful nature, fresh air, mountain hiking, saunas, thermal water, which is the healing remedies where you can use all together. But the guests are not coming for wellness treatment to mountains destinations. They are coming for packages, so the health packages or wellness packages or sleep disorders. So you need to find your way where you are strong and then create together with the professionals and involve the communities, because you have the wonderful gong therapy, you have the fresh air, you have mountains, thermal water. That is the most important for the well-being, for the health. So if you put all this together, that means you will not have the seasonality. Then the skiing time is finished, then you can offer well-being programs. Just what I find out here in the mountain area, you have the spas, but they are offering just the spa treatment. Then now people are looking for the full package. So if they are coming to Andorra, or if they are coming to the other mountains destinations, they are looking for some special programs. Why they need to go here? Because the thermal water is good for health. Later on, maybe Alina will explain why you need to do some medicine-based evidence researches. Is already maybe the second part, if we'll catch that topic. But the most important is to have the well-being or health prevention programs. And now the traveler is more smarter. The traveler, of course, the older traveler is looking the full package, where if I have the sleep disorders, if I have some diseases after COVID, if I had a backbone. Now the future trends are pre-rehabilitation. You can have the best surgery in the best hospital everywhere in the world. But if you will not do pre-rehabilitation, and if you will not do after rehabilitation, so that will not help for you. If you are looking for, if you have sleep disorders, then you can choose the destination, because they are strong in that, because they have fresh air, wonderful nature. That's as important, to find your unique way, your country unique way, and to use the healing remedies if you have them. Like here in the country, you have wonderful thermal waters, and to create together with the professionals the packages and involve the spa hotels, the communities, the municipality, and then we'll be successful, and you will not have the seasonality, because then you are not skiing. You can offer wonderful packages for your international and local clients.
For sure. Alina, from your scientific perspective, how do you see this?
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues. A big thank you to United Nations Tourism and City of Andorra for the invitation to this Congress. It's a big pleasure and honor, not only for me, but also for our Karlovar region and the Czech Republic. And because I represent the Institute of Spa and Balneology, it is a public research institution. I would like to slightly change the way how we are discussing and speaking today about wellness, and I would like to speak more about medical wellness, wellness based on natural healing sources, based on natural remedies, and mineral waters, pilloids, natural gas, and also healing climatic conditions. And as Lina mentioned before, for mountain destinations and also for Andorra, this approach is more than relevant, because you have not only healing climate here, it's not only about fresh air, but also about other compositions of the air, and also you have thermal water. And about main trends in medical wellness, in wellness area today. First of all, I think that people are not only looking for relaxation anymore. They want to improve their health, especially in areas like mental or other civilization or lifestyle diseases. Second one, there is a growing interest into science-based or evidence-based wellness or evidence-based spa care today. Clients want treatments that are proven and have real results. And third, clients expect personalized programs that fit their needs and help them to improve their lifestyle, not only during the wellness or spa stay, but also after these treatments. And in my opinion, wellness tourism is changing from relaxation, from just regeneration to long-term health. And mountain destinations can play a very important role in this way, in these changes, because they mostly have, of course, healing climate, but most of them also thermal water.
Thank you. If we talk about trends, we also need to understand what kind of experience we are actually creating. Now it's the turn of the experience chapter. Lina, from your experience in extracting and promoting wellness, rehabilitation tourism, what are the key elements for designing truly transformative wellness experience in mountain environments?
What I see from our perspective is the prevention. We're really less talking in Europe about the prevention, and this is very important. It's our future, because if we prevent some diseases, so later on we don't need to be in some real medicine part. So the prevention is very important, but not all destinations and maybe from the politician side or from the country strategic side have the prevention programs. If we compare in Lithuania, we have a lot of prevention programs which you can have it in the resorts where we famous of the mineral water, balneology, palloidotherapy. So the prevention could be the strategic point of view where you could create the programs together with the hospitals, with the private investors. The second is the evidence-based researching, evidence-based of the thermal waters that you are really have them and you are using them. And I visited your wonderful balneology center with the thermal waters, and environment is really great. So, but it's more about the wellness and well-being. Here, that your environment, you can extend and have the prevention part, you can have the pre-rehabilitation part, you can have the kinesiotherapist part where the same specialist can work and help for the people, because you are the skiing area, so have you a lot of injuries where the people can, or before, to be stronger before the skiing and after. And of course the sustainability, we should look if our resorts are not overloaded, how we keep them, and the health tourism and well-being tourism, it's one from the keys that helps us maybe to do not have the seasonality. So that is important, because then you have the two parts. The one part, the skiing, the second part, you can choose, or is prevention or health tourism with the specialist programs, and then, how was mentioned before, you could choose where you are strong, and then just keep doing that. And from Lithuanian side, we were doing that 30 years. And last year, Lithuania got the nomination at the International Fair ITB like a health destination. But before we got that prize and nomination, we were working so hard with the politicians, with the municipality, with the businesses, with the researching how it helps healing remedies for clients. We were creating the programs, doing a lot of homework together with the politicians, together with the universities, because we needed to show that the healing remedies are evidence-based. And now we're picking up the best what we created during these 30 years.
And Lina, what differentiates a real wellness experience from something that is simple relaxing?
So from a scientific perspective, or from my source perspective, as I mentioned before, a real wellness experience is not about only feeling relaxed. It is mainly about measurable effects on health and measurable outcomes. Based on our research results of the Institute of Spa and Balneology, we know that spa care or some medical wellness procedures can help clients or patients reduce stress, improve sleep, support metabolism, or of course increase physical activity. And these effects have been measured and observed. Because on the other hand, just relaxing procedures or something that is only relaxing, like a massage or just a swimming pool with, for example, thermal water, it is pleasant, but usually has only a short-term effect on our health. And the key difference is that real medical wellness should be based on knowledge, on clear goals, and on structure, not only on experience. And I think that our industry of medical wellness, of spa care, should move from experience-based practice to evidence-based approach.
And what roles does scientific evidence play in this?
I think that scientific evidence plays a crucial role, and it is an essential for this. And I'm more than happy that we have received great funding from the European Union Just Transition Fund. We are creating now a SPA research center, and our main aim is to objectify how spa medical wellness treatments affect musculoskeletal diseases, women infertility, gynecological diseases, metabolism diseases, diabetes, and I think that I hope that we will have clear results, and I think that it is a future of our industry.
For sure. Another key dimension is how we make use the unique resources destination has. Let's turn to the resources and identity. Alina, with your experience in balneology, how can destinations integrate their natural and thermal resources into a modern preventive health model?
Yeah, it's actually the big challenge for each country, and that's the most important if we are welcome guests, clients to our country and to our destinations. First of all, we need to be ready and to work together with our communities, hotels, businesses. And if we see that in some cases we are overloaded, so we need to be friendly with our ecosystem. The resorts are using the mineral waters, muds, colloids, thermal waters. So here we need to be sustainable and to have the laws like we have, or Czech Republic, how we use the mineral water, where we use after the muds, and how is the environment if we are going to forest bathing, if we keep them surrounding clean, if it is ready to have our guests. So this is very important, and sustainability is the first goal to all destinations, to be together with the communities, to look how we are using our healing remedies, how we are using surrounding the forest, the mountains. Do we have overloaded, so that we could measure And for small countries, it's maybe not a big challenge, but for some countries that they have a lot of clients, it's big challenge to keep all measurements and to look how it or they are okay with such amount of the clients, or they need to improve and do some changes.
Lina, from your national perspective, how can these resources be structured so they become an economic driver without losing authenticity?
I think that this is a question for Lina because I cannot speak about our national perspective because I just represent a regional institute. I'm sorry.
But that's fine. I can tell from Lithuanian perspective, actually, why it's a good suggestion for all countries that are attending today. First of all, we need to work on the political side, because Lithuania, maybe that was 10 years ago, we get to the politician programs, we have that some paper, not the paper, but it's written in the strategy of the country that the country will develop health tourism. And that means they can apply, now we're having the EU funds where you can create better infrastructure in the resorts. If you have the mineral water, you can build surrounding around the cities. So first of all is the lobbyism, to work on that, and then it helps to invite the businesses to the cities, and they are building the hotels, they are building wellness centers. That is important.
And what role do the public policies play in the process?
The big role, because if in our country, if we do not have that, health tourism is one from the prioritized tourism branches. So without that, we will be not able to do a lot of things. One is the evidence-based researches that the business or government cannot afford that, so we're applying for some funds to get this research, and later on that could our clients see that it's evidence-based research, and then the programs and the healing remedies. The second one, that's a big economic impact. If we're looking all around the world, the wellness industry is growing. It's growing in the big numbers, but the wellness in total, it's maybe from 11 different parts. Health medicine, thermal waters, nutrition, etc., etc. But overall, the wellness industry in the world is growing faster than other branches of economy.
I just want to add some words, because now we are speaking about medical wellness, about spa tourism, about health tourism, about thermal tourism, and we have a lot of different organizations, European Spas Association, European Historic Thermal Towns Association, Federation of Climatology and Hydrology, and etc. But if we want to promote our sector and not only on national level, but also on European level, and also to speak with politicians, we need to unify terminology. It's a big, I think that it's a really big problem nowadays, because, for example, I speak about medical wellness, but you speak about like wellness based on natural healing sources, and these are the same things, but we don't have now on the European level a unified terminology, and I think that we need to start with this and create it not only on the national level, but also for the all European countries.
It's a good idea.
And the second, here we have different countries, Slovenia, Germany, Lithuania. So in some countries, you can't do the program without a doctor consultation, because if you go to the mineral water bath, or you having the mud applications, so it's usually your program starts with the recommendation and consultation with the doctor. But on another hand, other countries, they just having like wellness hotels, without professional programs, and that's the big difference if we look at the different countries. If we have 27 countries in Europe, so I am sure that some countries having more the wellness programs, some health programs, and it depends on the culture of the country. For example, then the Germans are coming to Lithuania, or Israeli, they have already traditions, what is the medical spa, and they are staying, the average of the stay in Lithuania for foreign tourists in the health medical spas are 7 overnights, the Germans 11, Israeli 12. That's the, how we say, the gold client. But if the same client will go to Poland, they will have one program, maybe without a doctor consultation. Some places are using healing remedies, some places are more pampering place. So here we have a lot of differences, and if we are here in Andorra, your health tourism maybe will start from the checkup, and later on where to go. They will stay in the hotel. So each country have the different traditions and different, what is well-being, what is health tourism, what is the spa tourism. So here in Europe, we still do not have the same level of understanding. Wellness tourism, health tourism, spa tourism.
And for example, in the Czech Republic, just a few words, we have a comprehensive spa treatment, and it includes not only procedures based on natural healing sources, but also an education of patients, dietotherapy, some physical interventions, mindfulness programs, consultation with psychologists, and everything is under the medical supervision.
Yeah, for sure. It's very relation with the future and mental health for this part. And I would like to make a question for everyone. What role can mountains destinations play in mental well-being, prevention and reconnection with nature in coming years? For example.
So I will start. At our Institute of Spa and Balneology, we are working with the concept of spa therapeutic landscape. So we don't see a natural environment and nature just like as a passive background, but as an active part of therapies, of spa or medical wellness therapies. And we study how natural environments and medical or wellness treatments in these natural environments can influence, of course, mental well-beings. And based on our research results, 1 week spa stay can also significantly improve mental health based on POMS questionnaire and also based on objective biomarkers. And also we had, or we have now in our spas, comprehensive treatment for well-being after oncological diseases. So oncological rehabilitation after breast cancer, women with breast cancer mostly, and we know that it helps them to return into to normal life and of course improve quality of life of these patients after oncological diseases. And about new generation, because of course we need to prepare also new programs for Generation Z or Generation Alpha, and we also asked the younger generation how they see the future of wellness or spa tourism. Or just the treatments, procedures, and the answer is very clear. The future of wellness tourism is a return to nature.
Thank you, Alina. Tina, what's your opinion about that?
After the COVID, mental well-being is very important, and how we see the World Health Organization, it's like mark, please, each country needs to have the strategic programs for mental well-being. Here, from our side, what we do in Lithuania, we have special programs for mental well-being, and it's connected with the nature, first of all, it's the new treatments like forest bathing, psychologist circles, and then is the physiotherapeutical part. So the mental well-being, it's the signal that the people need special programs provided with the specialist. But what happens is a lot of professionals in each country, and it's most important that the programs, mental well-being prevention, mental well-being program could be created with the doctors, with the evidence-based treatments. And now we have a lot of please visit, like Germany, please visit Lithuania, please visit Czech Republic. People are creating, they finished some course and now they're creating well-being, mental well-being programs. And it's very important that to do that on professional level. But what we see, the tendency that younger and younger people are coming for medical spas. That means that they need help to do the routine, to understand what is well-being, how we can help for ourselves. And the second tendency in the world, in Europe, that we have older people. And here is, of course, not mental well-being is a part of that, but the longevity. That we are talking about the longevity. We, for the older and the generation that is coming older, we need to learn and to keep how we can be healthy longer, and that's about longevity. Now is the trend everywhere, so this is the topic, mental well-being and the longevity.
And how should we measure success beyond visitor numbers? What kind of KPIs we have to measure this?
First of all, we can measure if the guests are returning back. So that's very important to the business units who are providing that services. And if the clients are coming back, it means the quality, the service, they trust the spa hotel or they trust the doctor. And the second one, it's if the numbers are growing too much, then it's not good too, because then you cannot handle, you are overbooked. And but if the clients are coming, if they are returning back, that means the quality, the service, the price and treatments ratio is really good. So, but the clients can choose the different countries. It depends what of kind of diseases they have. Some from our clients, they're visiting once a year Czech Republic because of the mineral water. The second time they are coming to Lithuania, and they are changing the countries, but it's one of the measurable is if they are coming back. That's important.
Thank you. To conclude, I would like to ask you both for the final thought, is if you had to give one piece of advice to a destination or a company aiming to excel in wellness tourism, what would it be?
I think that many destinations are trying to follow the trends and copy each other. And because when we are discussing about trends during, for example, today's panel discussions, we are speaking about women's health, about mental well-being, about longevity, and nature and these things. But realistically, can we address these issues everywhere in every destinations? And I think that we need to focus on topics that makes our destinations unique. For example, in Karlovy Vary we have a unique thermal water that really treats metabolic diseases, diabetes mellitus, liver steatosis, and but also in Karlovy Vary region we have another 4 spa towns. We have Františkove Lázně, and in Františkove Lázně we treat gynecological diseases because we have a unique piloids there. In Mariánské Lázně near the Karlovy Vary we treat urological and nephrological diseases because of the chemical and physical composition of mineral water in Mariánské Lázně. Jáchymov spa is the first radon spa in the world. And of course, we treat their musculoskeletal diseases. And we also have another spa town, Spa Kinčvart. They have a unique climate conditions, and that's why we treat mental illnesses and of course respiratory diseases. And I think that it is very important to build our identity or identity of spa wellness destinations on our natural settings and develop them not only based on experience but also or marketing but also on expertise.
Thank you, Alina. Lina.
From my point of view, first of all, the government, the businesses and the university should come together and find way is your strategic way. So if you are strong in the thermal waters, then it's the one-way strategic way. So the first, you need to have that in your strategy. Then you have in the strategy, then you can involve the communities, the businesses, the evidence-based researchers to find how the mountain region will positioning. If it's well positioning in well-being, that's the one way. If it's they will be positioning in the medical part, so that you are strong, or some surgeries, pre-rehabilitation, rehabilitation, day surgeries, then maybe is the health tourism the second strategy. So it's very important not to decide for the travel a company that now will be luxury travel destination. No. First of all, you need to find ways your strength, and then where you are strong, where you can develop, and not just if you decide maybe the spa hotels cannot offer such a services. Maybe you do not have the doctors who can be related to the resort stuffs, or kinesitherapist, or you are not ready because you are short with the stuff. So that's the most important, to have the strategy and then build step by step and go to where you decided.
Thank you, Lina. Thank you, Alina. Thank you very much for your insights, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you in 2 years.
And be healthy. How we say, 1 apple per day, all illness away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Moltíssimes gràcies.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joan.
I seguim ara amb una altra...
Moving on to another presentation this morning, a very interesting presentation, Human OS Hybrid Instinct. A presentation will analyze how the digital age and artificial intelligence are changing mountain tourism from a more humanistic perspective, in which human capacities are consolidated as the main differentiating factors. Through this notion of hybrid instinct, it will be highlighted that the true innovation consists of integrating technology with a profoundly human creativity, and understanding AI as an opportunity for ongoing adaptation. We will hear from Jordi Urbea, CEO at Ogilvy, one of the companies that for many years have been in charge of Andorra tourism campaigns. It's all yours, Jordi.
Bon dia.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, guten Morgen, buongiorno. I don't know how many languages there are in this place, but my idea is to be continuing in Catalan. It's an honor to stay here, to be here in Andorra today, and this is the language, the only one country in the world that Catalan is the official language, and for me it's a big privilege to be continuing with this amazing language. It's my mother language, and for me it's a little more easy than English. Okay, it's okay for you. You need to use the translators. It's okay for you. Okay, vamos allá. Som-hi, doncs. El que deia és.
Okay, as I was saying, it's a true privilege to be here this morning. I'll try not to get carried away because I'm quite hectic and I have this huge stage, so I might run up and down. But I would like to convey to you what, in my opinion, is one of the biggest revolutions that we will experience in the coming years, and we should all be able to adapt to it. Our capacities should be put to good use. I don't want to focus on AI as the reason why I'm here, but it will be the red thread to tell you about this transformation that will be brought about by AI, and the impact will be bigger than expected. Let me start with an explanation. I love traveling. I think it's my biggest hobby. I've been to 60 different countries. Traveling in summer is a golden rule. If I can travel during Easter, I do it, and the same goes for Christmas. So I try to visit different countries. I love to get lost and enjoy new things, and I love to try new things everywhere I go. And what I like the most is to reinvent myself as I go along, depending on the moment, depending on the way I feel. I do different things. Let me share an anecdote with you. Some years ago, I was in Thailand on holidays, and I had booked a lovely hotel on the coast, and it rained for 3 days. I was depressed because I had chosen the hotel to rest, and I went to the airport to book a flight and change locations because I'm impulsive. I really love enjoying emotions to the extreme. And this word emotion should be connected to AI because the combination of both will allow you to communicate about your destinations, about your countries. That will be the key for the future. If we only do AI-generated advertisements, they will all be grey. They will all be the same. But if you know if people can know about your destination, about what you like, what you're looking for, and we end up customizing the advertisements, and you offer a magical moment, well, it will be much more attractive. Okay, so let's focus on AI and emotions. Let's combine both this morning. It's quite clear that today you can travel without moving from home. We can travel in 1,000 different ways. We can watch pictures online on our smartphones. or we can, with AI, we can generate customized experiences. So there's a lot we can know about our destination, and we can see it the way we want to see it. But what really matters is to be able to touch it. Let me warn you here. And this is a risky element for your brands, for your territories, your countries, because you lack the control over your country and your territory. And today, more than ever, you need to watch out for what's going on at home, because if someone is speaking ill about you, might picture an image of your country that is not the one you wished for. I had many years ago a customer in Catalonia. It's a tourism destination called Lloret de Mar. You might have heard about it. Lloret de Mar is positioned as a family tourism destination, and you'll tell me no, that's not true. Some of you are giggling, because everyone knows Lloret because of the nightlife and the parties. But most of the tourists that visit Lloret are families. It's a family destination, but this is the image that has stuck because it's the one that circulates, and it's really difficult to change that. So you have to be on the lookout for what's being said about your destination. We watch many different things on our screens, but we are really interested in traveling and feeling the place. And let me focus on experience now. I have a love relationship with the director of the hotel I book in Madrid. And I've never seen her. And it all started because one day I found a note on my bed saying, "Welcome, Mr. Urbea. Hopefully this will be a very nice stay for you." And I was offered a white wine bottle. And the next day I left a note. "Thank you very much. The wine was amazing, and I'll be back." And we've been exchanging notes for 10 years. Very often I thought that it's not the director who writes the note, but it's really lovely to think that we have come up with this relationship. And I'm sure that the hotel has had different directors and the notes are still there. But I was really touched. I was really moved. And I always go to the same hotel in Madrid. I don't even think about it, because when you really move someone, your unconscious behaves differently. Let's discuss emotions. The emotions that AI will help us explore. At the end of the day, 80% of people end up in 20% of the places. There's harsh competition. We always tell the same stories. Sometimes if you put them together and if you erase the location of a well-known tourism destination, you don't really know what you're talking about, because we all offer more or less the same. So we need to offer emotions. I need to keep an eye on the time. So today tourists are hyper-informed, hyper-connected, they are hyper-demanding, but what they are truly looking for is for authenticity, emotions, and human connections. Think about your recent travel. Do you remember visiting some place that really, shocked you? Or if you had a nice experience with someone, you went to a monument that you were dying to see, but was it really moving? I don't know. Some people are moved by Sagrada Familia. I've seen it so many times that it doesn't really happen to me. But what about a restaurant, a workshop, a person you bumped into, someone who helped you at the hotel? This is what people are looking for. So traveling today is feeling. And let's stop using this phrase, creating experiences, which is a bit odd. Let's see how we implement this. The key factors to find a destination are the following: the history of the place, the underlying history of the place, the human identity of its people, the value that you will find there. I think that we had someone from Lithuania in the last panel. Yes, she was here. I went to Lithuania some years back, and it's just amazing. It's surprising, really. But what surprised me the most was its people. They were really, really open. And I thought that in the north, people are not really open. But no, they were caring. They took care of me because I had these preconceptions that had nothing to do with reality. We look for emotional promises, and we look for authenticity, things that cannot be replicated, uniqueness. Some years ago, we had a project. I'll play a clip to illustrate it. And we decided to work on a car itinerary through Spain based on emotions. And how did we find out about the emotion of every place? Well, we read the reviews of a specific place. We used an AI tool, and then the AI tool would give us a word for that place. And we categorized all the places in Spain where you could stop and eat depending on the emotions expressed by people who had visited them. And we created an emotion map. And we asked Google to install that in a car for people to choose a restaurant, not depending on the food, but depending on the atmosphere, if they were looking to have fun with their friends. And that was the map of emotions, and it was a smashing success. Don't we have audio?
The reason we travel goes beyond the destination itself. We seek what those places make us feel. And what if we could search for a destination based on the emotion it transmits? Audi, in collaboration with Google, presents Map of Emotions, the first map that doesn't show destinations by their name, but by their most mentioned emotion. We selected keywords from 2 million reviews on Google Maps. Using an algorithm, we geolocate and categorize them into 12 different emotions. A guide with 500 destinations across the country. A new service that originated in the mobility app for our drivers. With such good feedback, we want it to become part of your entire travel experience. A tool that generated over 14,000 app downloads and an increase in registrations by 48.55%, and lots to talk about. Map of Emotions, because emotions guide us.
L'heu posat molt baixet, no? Semblava com si diguéssim que...
It was not very emotional. It should be more exciting. The volume was very low. I mean, next time, please turn it up. So why can't we start knowing people differently so that we can communicate differently to each user? So this is the main element, and technology plays a key role. And AI in the coming years will have a huge impact. Let me repeat that. It will have a huge impact. We will know so much about you because you're giving us your information. Thank you very much for that. People in advertising are really grateful for that. Please give us your data for free online. Post as much as you want. Post pictures of the places you like, whether you like cycling, horse riding, you play paddle, if you like the mountain, the sea, if you travel on your own, with your family, with dogs. I mean, all the information that you disseminate online, I tap into that and I really use it. I make money with you because I sell this information to people who are willing to buy it. Quite an odd job, isn't it? And I do this on an ongoing basis and I turn it into a business and I really enjoy it because you give it to me for free, no cost. So keep it up and please go for it more and more. Every time you post something, think about me. I'll be making money on that. I'm here to discuss the hybrid instinct, the combination of technology and what you do, your emotions, what you give to me. AI can choose you, but it's the human side of things that will make people remember you. So we want people to come to us, to pay us a visit, but what's most important is that they had experienced that before, that their stay is unforgettable, and when they leave, they become the best ambassadors of our brand around the world. I heard the word Slovenia in the last panel. I discovered Slovenia, I don't know, it was 1997 or 98 after the Balkan War. And I fell in love with the lake and the castle. I think it's Bled I'm talking about. It's stunning. And I fell in love. And I told many people to go visit Slovenia. So I should become an ambassador because for many years I recommended the place. And Ljubljana was the small Prague. And for many years I really spread the word. And there were no social media back at the time. But of course, if we were able to collect these people who are spreading the word and turn them into ambassadors, we would save a lot of money. I'll tell you something. We have worked with a client that has changed their investment in advertising. It's in a different industry. When you are a father or a mother, a parent, when you talk to your friends, you talk about different topics, especially mums. There's a change of discussion and it all focuses on children. And they talk about their children all the time. So we found out that we had a database of mothers and influencers who discussed children topics. And the database that was more rewarding was the mothers one, because influencers were paid to talk about our brand, but of course they were paid to talk about different brands. And mothers who were included in our brand database would always discuss our brand on an ongoing basis and for free. So what if we found people who can talk about our brands and turn them into ambassadors? We could do that with AI in an organized manner. So AI is here to revolutionize communication with each of our consumers. And this has nothing to do with the internet. It's a joke, really. I don't know if you know, but at the moment, people at Google are facing a problem. Do you know what's their problem? Their business model is about to collapse. Why? you might be wondering, because there's something called chatbots, Chat GPT, Gemini, etc., and the like, and the internet traffic is going there. So when you now search something on Google, what you used to get several pages, many options, and now you do the same search with a chatbot. What's the answer that you get? It's much more specific, much more effective. So now they compete to be the right answer to the right question with the right search. Let me ask you something. Do you talk to Alexa or Siri at home? Does that happen to you? Or do you ask ChatGPT things verbally instead of writing them? You might not be doing that, but check younger generations. My daughter screams at home, Alexa, alarm clock at 9, Alexa, remind me I have homework, or I need to buy this and that. Does that ring a bell? Well, so we will now be sitting at home and we will ask Alexa to look for a weekend trip or a mountain destination to go for a walk and enjoy the natural surroundings, or to look for a restaurant in a mountain shelter and these and that. We will ask for all of that, and Alexa will tell me, this is what you're looking for. Alexa will not give me 33 different answers, but just one. And the question is, how can I be that one, that answer? Have you ever wondered that? And what will happen to your website on which, in which you've put a lot of effort and energy? The website is nowhere to be seen. Did I mention a website at some point? I mentioned social media. I'm asking. The interpretation is not working. Are you following? It's really nice to see that you're following. AI will change the way in which we look for information, in which we organize information, categorize information, and that will be a radical change. Alexa might end up asking questions to adjust the response, the answer that it will give us. And if we don't work on AI tools to organize information adequately, we will never be the answer. There you go. So from now on, we will customize content at scale. We will create immersive experiences. We will have virtual assistants. There will be multi-language translation massively. And you can ask these tools, I want to go somewhere where nobody goes. And AI will allow us to optimize resources. So, of course, it will contribute a lot to tourism. But what AI will really offer us is that my dream will come true. An ad for each of you. For many years, with Betim, I see him in the room, we've been discussing this. Internet allowed us to do specific things that were similar to this, but AI today really enabled us to do that. We've been testing with a car client that we have of people who ask for information to buy a car. Do you know what we send them? A video of them in the car asking questions to the car and the car responding to the client. Can you imagine? So you picture yourself in the art, inside the car, and of course you are convinced that you need to buy that car. AI allows us to take real-time data, process them, and post them real time. And that's the big change, the big transformation that AI is bringing about. The decision-making power will be much more agile. 4 minutes, I'm very slow. It always happens to me. So you all generate different tourism profiles, many different micro profiles. Throughout one day, you can wish for different things or change your behavior. There are clients who are who plan ahead, but others don't, and AI will help us with that. Let me speed up here. We will know before you travel, and we will offer you a value proposal before you travel. So you will experience the destination before you arrive in it. And everyone will know that you are planning to go there. The plan is to excite you from the very beginning. So we can anticipate needs. But above all, we will be able to focus on the emotions that you will feel, you will experience when you arrive in your destination. Let me skip some of this because I only have 3 minutes left. Don't worry. It's always the same with me. We can package experiences, bundle them, we can put them in a box. No, they cannot be put in a box because an experience has to be lived and you need to go there. We tried to package experiences for an airline called Vueling because we thought for Black Friday people could offer an emotion, a long-lasting emotion. So a video in Spanish. Let's see if the interpretation team can translate that. Black Friday is around the corner and boxes arrive at home. 125 million, an air fryer, jeans, headphones. An airline like Vueling wants to be there with an out-of-the-box strategic decision. Instead of competing against other airlines, we decided to compete with boxes. A campaign that said the best part of Black Friday cannot be put in a box. It's very difficult to put Sagrada Familia or the Big Ben in a box, or Florence or the Salerno Beach. Of course, you cannot have it in your shopping cart or get it through the post. And influencers with their unboxing showed that traveling is a different thing. We used all digital formats, and no, there's no way to put them in a box. Sales increased by 25%, visits and searches 37% up. You will remember the first time you saw the Tour Eiffel than the yoga mat that you don't really know where it is. Okay.
Andorra, vaig tenir el privilegi.
Well, I was privileged enough to do adverts for this country for many years. And one of the feelings I always had was that people need to live experiences, live something different. People should understand that it's not just a place to go skiing in the winter, but there's stuff to do all year long. It was a great advert. Yeah, let's see it. The typical tourist company will say, isn't this pretty? But in Andorra, you've got to look at the things you can actually do. Would you like to wake up and see this first thing in the morning? Look after ourselves, be looked after. You can have lovely walks, romantic walks, ride horses. You can see so many things. If you don't want to do what you usually do, come here and do something different. Atypical Andorra. Just give me 3 more minutes, please. Very quickly. Can I? We have decided as an agency that we want to help brands to be places where things can be lived differently. Otherwise, we think we'll all end up in the same parameter. We'll all just be flatlined. AI is looking at what's happened in the past and give you a result in the present. Talking about the future is talking about creativity, doing things differently, living experiences differently. When in Andalusia they did this campaign, they said, do the tourism campaign for us. This is what we did. It's all about experience. Could we turn up the volume a little bit for this one?
This is not an ad. It's a warning. I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces, that will enter through those cracks and will stay and live in you. Run. Run! No, better stay in Manhattan. Get an apartment in Berlin. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Don't listen to the poets who have been here. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. Ay, ay! But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Andalusia,
Andalusia, it really goes straight to the heart, doesn't it? Because people want their hearts to be touched. It's all very well, so much virtual world, but hey, let's be real. If your country wants to create a different advertising spot for everyone coming, AI will help you to do that. The algorithm is infinite. Calculations are infinite. And you can have a person-to-person ad. You can have individual ads. You can create a wonderful music. They can translate the videos into thousands of languages. But the future will be personalized and emotional. So AI can help us to humanize this experience as much as possible. That's what we must work on. But don't waste time with technology. Technology is the means. People are the end, the purpose. So the question is, being a person in future, could that be the most disruptive thing there is? Because technology maybe will confuse us and we'll lose sight of what's really important, which is touching people's hearts. Thank you.
Moltíssimes gràcies i em sembla...
Thank you so much. I think it was worth giving you a few more minutes for that, because I think everyone has been left breathless by your presentation. I'm being told there's only 15 minutes for the coffee break, the tea break. 15 minutes. There's so much more to do this morning. Thank you.
sugen.
Bon dia de nou, esperem que hagin pogut disfrutar d'aquesta petita pausa.
Thank you very much and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the break. We're going to have a slight change in order. We're going to go to snow to cloud, the hyperconnected mountains. We're going to that session first. Digitalized and smart technologies are transforming snow and mountain destinations, improving tourism management, safety, and the visitor experience. We're going to be looking at how connectivity in real time and AI-based solutions allow for optimization of resources, forecasting of weather conditions, managing flows, or personalizing services. This will be moderated by José Estevez, Senior Project Manager of the Intelligent Destination Platform of the Institutional Relations Department of Segit Tour in Spain. José, the floor is yours. Good morning, all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning to you all. It's a great pleasure to be here in Andorra. I'd like to thank the organisers, first of all, for inviting us rather to come and share all of these experiences with you, all the messages we're seeing. I want to start my presentation in Spanish, then I'll change to English when I welcome the speakers on stage. For those of you who aren't aware of who we are at Segit Tour, we're a public or state-owned company for tourism innovation technology management under the Ministry of Industry and Tourism of Spain. We're attached to the State Secretariat for Tourism. The aim is to enhance innovation in the Spanish tourism sector, foster digital transformation, promote sustainable tourism, and particularly support to promote sustainable tourism, but we're based on methodologies and technology. In terms of methodology, we have a management model that considers the cross-cutting nature of tourism activity. We've been doing this for a long time. It's based on 5 pillars: governance, innovation, technology, sustainability, and accessibility. These are the 5 pillars. They're a series of indicators and requirements of all of our destinations that we evaluate. So basically, we provide advice, consultancy to all these destinations to support their smart management and sustainable tourism. We set up the DTI network for that. That's a whole network of destinations. We currently have 716 members, 518 are destinations themselves, 89 are actually companies, mostly tech companies that provide solutions. And one further detail of these 518 destinations, that's 80% of them have overcome the evaluation phase, appraisal phase, and we're working with the other 20%. They'll probably get through too. Now, we have a technology smart destinations platform. That's what I basically deal with in my work. This is a logical way towards digital maturity. When you start with level 0, nobody had any platforms. Some destinations had data from their visits. It was all siloed. Level 1, isolated local platforms. We started to see they were gathering data, but they were still working also very much in their own silos. Now, the second scenario, we have the Smart Destinations platform is launched. First of all, it gathers all this information from the platforms, aggregates it, and gives us a much broader picture of the whole of Spain. But still, many small destinations don't have the technological capacity to be able to gather all this data. How do we act with them? And that leads us to the final level, the Smart Destinations platform as a service. It's a 2-speed digital public infrastructure. First of all, it connects all of these destinations. It helps them to aggregate the information, give an overview, and then it helps the smaller destinations to adapt to the capabilities, to get to know better their visitors and to generate the smart activity. The important thing here, and what makes this a unique and very powerful project, is it's a digital public infrastructure. That it's not a private effort. No, it's actually driven by the ministry in Madrid. It promotes this infrastructure, which compiles all the interactions from tourism, all the management, the different destinations, and the different companies, and makes them available to the destinations for their objectives, so that you have a smart recommender which can give the visitors any advice they need. We can give better recommendations for a better experience to each and every person who approaches us. So this is centered on people. We're looking for greater visits, but now we're looking for people who manage a destination, who are managing, responsible for that management. They create jobs, companies that need to be fully informed, not just of what the destination provides, but also what the tourists want. People who travel. Tourism wouldn't exist if people didn't travel. So we want to give them each bespoke experiences, personalized, tailor-made to their interests. As we said before, we need to find a way to offer them what they really want. And of course, the residents are a very important piece of this puzzle. Better services means reduction of negative impacts on their daily life by all these tourists. So the technological part, I'm not going to go into great detail, but let me just give you an overview of how this works, and it connects up very well to what we've already heard. Underneath this is an ontology, semantics-based system. As we heard from the first talk from Alina, I think Alina said there's a disparity. We're not all speaking the same language, particularly in wellness and health tourism, and that's the same across the board. We don't give a traditional restaurant in Galicia or the Canary Islands or Catalonia the same description, the same name, but in tourist terms it's the same concept. So we need to harmonize a common language so that all destinations have the same basis that the technological infrastructures can work with. So just moving on now to another parts of this project, which is very interesting, is this tourism data space. It's a trusted environment created to generate real value around the data held by the stakeholders, and that can be made available to anybody who needs them. But it used the same principles that are well studied in the data spaces that we're talking about across Europe. There's a very important current of how all of this infrastructure, data infrastructure must work. It's based on 5 principles. Interoperability, we have to be able to exchange data. Sovereignty, the owner of the data mustn't lose their rights to own that data. They don't want to lose control over who has access. This is a one-to-one approach. Governance, that's very important, a very general governance of the data space, and rules in terms of usage policies for data. If I don't want to, I don't share. That's it. Trustworthiness, trust. We've got the EU identification system, and federation. We need to be able to federate our systems. There's health, transport, smart cities. All of these databases have their own data sets. We must be able to talk to each other and activate this whole data space. So that's really a preamble to what exactly we're working on right now. So now I'd like to look at a usage case, a use case from data to experience, to see where the data is, who holds it. Imagine a traveler comes to ski in Andorra. They book it through their ski club to come for 4 days. The ski club contacts a travel agent. They prepare the trip. They deal with all the logistics, the hotel, the ski passes. They don't know what they have to rent, the ski rental. They have to go to the ski slopes and know where they are. Who has the information? Well, each of these players has a part of the information. The destination might not have all that information at all. And that's a problem. If we just go back one step, this visitor, which is currently coming to Ordino, has already been on trips before. They know they've been to Andorra before with the same travel club, but they drove to another place, to Serle. They went in their own car. They went and they rented a house and did their own cooking. And on a previous experience, they went to Alto Campo in Cantabria with a camper van with the family. They didn't even have to book a hotel. Well, Ordino doesn't have any record of all this past experience. So if we go even further back, this traveler has also traveled. They've been on business trips and gastronomical trips, trips with friends. And we don't know where this user has been, what they've done before. This is what we said yesterday. The problem is that data is locked in silos. And there's no connection between the stakeholders or the destinations. That's what a silo is. There's no real-time activation. However much AI wants to personalize the experience, if they cannot gather the data and follow the traceability of all this experience of the user, they can't build a profile and know exactly what they want. So we have to get to know people. How do we do that? We use the smart destination platform. First of all, we put the user at the center. And we work with the entire tourism ecosystem, the companies. We look at their past, the before, the during, and the after. Profiling. We're trying to establish a detailed profile of each visitor through all of their interactions, and that will also make the situation and experience agreeable for the residents. We partly do that by making sure we don't have a great glut of people at the high season and no one else the rest of the year. We spread things out over the year. A lot of people in the same place, and it's not easy for the people living there. And all of that is done thanks to the smart destination platform ecosystem with all of these possibilities to gather information, use it, harmonize it, and work with the user preferences. So that's what I wanted to show you.
Introduce my fellow panelists. Two remarkable women leading two outstanding projects. Each of them will give a brief presentation, followed by a short panel discussion. In the first place, Jessica Fisher is the founder and CEO of Guest OS, an AI-powered communication platform that helps hotels, destinations, and tourism operators keep visitors informed in real time, including during emergency situations. She brings first-hand experience with the complexity of mountain destinations and also serves on the Yosemite Tourism Board. Jessica, welcome to the stage. Okay. Then Ada Xu is the Director of International Affairs at Flygy, Alibaba Group's travel platform, leading global partnerships and destination strategy to connect international destinations with Chinese travelers. Ada, welcome to the stage. You have the power.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here with you all today. And this is, let's see, here we go. This is my first time in Andorra. And when I was first searching and preparing for this trip, I was looking for things to do. And honestly, I was overwhelmed. There are so many amazing choices. So I did what I normally do, and I created an AI concierge to help me learn about this destination. Let's call Remy.
Welcome to Andorra, in the heart of the Pyrenees. This is Remy. How can I help you today?
Hey, Remy. I am visiting Andorra for the first time, and I'm flying in from San Francisco. How can I get to you?
Welcome to Andorra. Since Andorra doesn't have its own airport, you'll need to fly into a nearby international airport and then continue by car, bus, or train. From San Francisco, here's how you can make your way here. 1. Fly to a nearby airport. The closest major airports to Andorra are Barcelona El Prat, BCN, in Spain, about 200 kilometers away. Toulouse-Blagnac, TLS, in France, also about 200 kilometers away. 2. From the airport to Andorra, by bus. There are scheduled bus services connecting Andorra to Barcelona and Toulouse. These are convenient and run frequently. By car. From Barcelona, take the N145 via La Seu d'Urgell. From Toulouse, take the N22, N20, and N320 via the Col de Puymorens mountain pass or tunnel, by train. If you're coming from France, the nearest train station is L'Hospitalet-Près-Landor, about 11 kilometers from the border. From Spain, you can take a train to Lleida Pyrenees station and then continue by bus or car. 3. Closest airport.
Okay, that sounds amazing. And I'll be visiting with my sister, Sarah, and we love to immerse in local cuisine and the great outdoors. What would you suggest for us?
You and Sarah are in for a treat. Andorra is perfect for food lovers and outdoor enthusiasts. Here's what I'd recommend. For local cuisine, borders. Dining. Try dining at a border, a traditional mountain building converted into a restaurant. They serve authentic Andorran dishes like veal, aromatic herbs, and mountain wines. Traditional dishes. Don't miss out on Andorran specialties like trinxat, potato and cabbage dish, escudella, hearty stew, and ratassia de la Carmeta, a local liqueur. Cooking workshop. If you're feeling adventurous, there's a gastronomy KM0 cooking workshop at Restaurant La Plaça del Poble in Andorra la Vella. It's a hands-on way to learn about local ingredients and flavors. For the great outdoors, hiking. Explore over 100 mountain trails, including the GR Country Route, which lets you traverse the entire country without stepping on tarmac. Tristaina Solar Viewpoint. Take a funicular and chairlift to this iconic spot at 2,701 meters for breathtaking views of the Tristaina Lakes and Ordino Valley. Nature parks. Visit Sortony Valley Natural Park or the UNESCO-listed Madriu Perafita Claro Valley for stunning landscapes and diverse flora and fauna. Adventure activities. If you're up for some adrenaline, Natureland Adventure Park offers activities like the Tobotronk, a 5.3-kilometer toboggan run, and snowshoeing. Would you like me to help arrange anything specific for you and Sarah?
That all sounds wonderful. And Sarah only speaks Spanish. Can you speak Spanish?
Claro que sí. Puedo hablar español sin problema. Si Sara necesita información o ayuda en español, estaré encantado de atenderla. ¿Hay algo más en lo que pueda ayudarles?
Está bien, gracias. What about French?
Bien sûr, je parle aussi français. Si Sarah ou vous avez besoin d'informations en français, je suis à votre disposition. Y a-t-il autre chose que je peux faire pour vous?
Okay, that's great. And I'd like your help to book the Viewpoint tour. Can you help with that?
I can't book the Tristaina Solar Viewpoint tour directly, but I can transfer you to the right team who can assist with that. Would you like me to connect you now?
Yes, that would be great.
Connecting you to the team for the Tristaina Solar Viewpoint tour now.
Hi, Jessie. This is Anna with Tristaina Solar Viewpoint. I can help you plan your visit. What time are you thinking of going?
So I created that last night, and it's real time. Anyone can call it today and discover how things to do in Andorra. Today, I will be talking about real-time communication in mountain destinations, how we move from fragmented systems to something connected, responsive, and always available. I'm Jessie Fisher, and I grew up in hospitality industry just outside of Yosemite National Park. If you haven't been there, please contact me because everyone should see it. And I worked across hotel operations and saw firsthand how people experience these places. And over time, I started to see a pattern, not just in hospitality, but in how entire destinations communicate. Over the years, nature has shown us how unpredictable these environments can be. Floods, rock slides, wildfires. My family has lost 2 homes to wildfires in the past 8 years. And in those moments, I saw something very clearly. When crisis hits, the systems we rely on fail when we need them the most. When something happens, visitors call for help, but the phones go unanswered. People who need information get voicemail or nothing at all. We cannot prevent disasters, but we can change how people experience them. We saw this at scale in Los Angeles last year, one of the most destructive wildfires in history. Traditional phones went to voicemail and crashed over overloading. In 48 hours, we deployed 3 AI-powered hotlines with local partners. No app, no internet required, just a phone call. This helped thousands of people in moments, displaced families looking for housing and resources, elderly residents who could not navigate websites or apps, animal rescue teams coordinating pet reunification. Non-English speakers access more than 70 languages at the same line. The phone is still the most inclusive technology we have. And this is not just a wildfire problem. It happens every day in mountain destinations. Calls surge, staff gets overwhelmed, language barriers remain. Connectivity is limited. Whether it's Yosemite, the Pyrenees, or the Alps, the people who need information the most are often the least likely to get it. When you look at a mountain destination, every stakeholder is experiencing the same, is focused on the same visitor. Government, accommodation, amenities, public safety, destination management, local businesses. But there's no communication infrastructure between them. So a guest calls one place to get the information, but it lives somewhere else. The way it works is, and back in Yosemite, where I serve on the tourism board, we passed Secretarial Order 3434 last year. For the first time, gateway communities across the national park system in the United States are formally recognized as stakeholders. And it mandates something simple, but transparent, ongoing communication every quarter. And that's the challenge. We're now saying communication is required, but we have not built the infrastructure to support it. So the question becomes, what if the phone becomes the lifeline? And the way it works is simple. A caller dials in from any phone, from any location. The AI responds 24/7 in any language. The info line is synced and adapted by staff in minutes. And when needed, the call connects directly to the right source. This is not just for emergencies. Mountain destinations need communication infrastructure that works 365 days a year, in every season, in every language. In crisis mode, it delivers evacuation updates, multilingual emergency information, and surge capacity. In concierge mode, it handles guest recommendations, bookings, trail conditions, weather, and events. Same infrastructure, same phone number, 2 modes, and always ready. For decades, I watched people struggle to get the information they need in these environments. That is changing now. The mountain does not wait, and now the information does not wait either. When you call, we answer. Thank you.
Heather, please.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, yes. So, really nice to meet Andorra. Thank you to Andorra, and thank you to United Nations Tourism for having me here for the invitation. So we have great point of view from 2 days sharing. So I think that it will be very interesting for me to share another point of view from China, one of the biggest travel player, and from Chinese market. I'm Ada Xu. I'm the Director of International Affairs of Fliggy, the travel platform of Alibaba Group. So I think it will be important just to give you a few words about Alibaba Group and our businesses before jumping in the presentation of Fliggy, the travel platform, and then I will finish with some trends of winter sports and outbound Chinese travelers trend. I like this slide very much because, you know, Chinese people love animals and they love to have a mascot. And all these animals, all the mascots you're seeing here in this slide represent one business unit of Alibaba Group. So you can see we have a lot of business units here. Well, I don't have time to go through all the business units, so I just take few of them to explain you about our businesses. Sometimes people have some confusion between Alibaba Group and Alibaba.com. Alibaba.com is the B2B platform of the group and was born in 1999 in Hangzhou in China. But we have our core activity is e-commerce part, but we have in service of Chinese consumer, but also international consumer. So for Chinese consumer, we have also Taobao, the C2C platform, Tmall, the B2C platform. We have Moyu, it's the second-hand platform, it's like Vinted in Europe. Of course, we have Fliggy, the travel platform of the group. We can also talk a little bit about the blue logo with an E, it's Gelema, it's the food delivery, so it's like Uber Eats. So we are also having a local life business in the group. On the international part, so we have large e-commerce platforms depending on the geography. And we have, for example, AliExpress. I'm sure that you're familiar with AliExpress because I saw a shop here in Andorra, an offline shop. We have Lazada, the largest shopping platform in Singapore, in Malaysia. We have Trendyol, the largest shopping platform in Turkey. We have Daraz, the largest shopping platform in Bangladesh, Pakistan. And to support all this, we have Alibaba Cloud, our infrastructure. And another department, it's Ant Group. Ant Group, it's our Alipay, so the payment system, because in China, all the payments are digital or on mobile phone, and Alipay is in all our business units. And other business unit we can talk about Dingding. The first, the Blue Wing. Dingding is a kind of company messenger for the communication. We have AMAP, Gaode, the equivalent of Google Maps, because you know, as a reminder, all the American app is not working in China. So Gaode is the equivalent of Google Maps. We have Cainiao Logistic for the delivery of the parcels. We have Youku, the equivalent of YouTube in China, and we can talk about this little hippo here. Fresh Hippo is our chain of supermarket, so offline supermarket. And just few words about Alibaba cross-sector leadership. On the e-commerce part, we have more than 1 billion users. On the payment part, we have more than 1.7 billion users. We have a #1 on the entertainment part, and we serve more than 800 million monthly active users. And few words about Fliggy now. So as I say, we love mascot. So here, Fliggy is represented by the little pig here in the air balloon. He's flying around the world. So Fliggy, literally, to help you to remember the name of our platform, means literally flying piggy. So why flying piggy is a culture thing? Because in China, the little pig represents wealth and happiness. So that's why we take a little pig and we give him wings for him to travel around the world. Fliggy is a 360 degrees travel platform serving Chinese consumer. So we sell hotels, we sell flight, we sell TAA, tour activities, attractions. We are also selling train, transport, long-distance bus, insurance, communication, visa services. Everything that a Chinese traveler needs to travel inside China or outside China. We are the #1 travel platform for independent travelers. We are the biggest one, in fact. 60% of our consumers are born after 1990, so we have a very young consumer base. We are number one on visa processing market share, and we are number one in telecommunication, and number one in local entertainment. So, as you can see with the numbers, we are the largest travel platform in China. So what you need to understand about Fliggy is that Fliggy is not a single travel platform only. We are talking about data. So part of Alibaba ecosystem, Fliggy is having travel data, of course. We know about the habits of our consumer, where they want to go, what they like, and what kind of experience they like. But part of Alibaba ecosystem, Fliggy has also access to the data of Tmall. So Tmall is the lifestyle of Alipay, the payment part, but also AMAP. So that means the data are very important for us, and we know how we can target our consumer. And just a few words about the strategic investment that Fliggy has acquired in order to stay the number one for the individual travelers in China. We are shareholders of Dida Travel, which is the number one B2B travel distribution services. We are a shareholder of Zhuzhuche, which is the number one global car rental and self-drive travel platform. And also, we have share in the China's second largest homestay platform. So now let me jump, because I see I'm already short on time, about some trend about winter sports and the Chinese outbound travelers trend. We see that from riding the excitement of Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Games, domestic ice and snow tourism order has more than tripled, so 300% year on year. And we have noticed that the top winter destination for our client in China is Changbei Mountain, Songhua Lake, Yabuli, Chongli, and Jiangjun Mountain. And also at the international stage, we have Japan, Austria, France, Italy, Switzerland, and Georgia. We see also a very original link between movies and mountain, a very famous trend now in China. So thanks to two movies, Pegasus 3 and also Biaoren, we have 3 filming locations who has boomed in their hotel room booking more than 100%. We have Sichuan, we have Qinghai in Delinghua, and we have also Xinjiang in Karamay. So I put you some pictures in my presentation to give you an idea also of the diversity of the mountains landscape in China. And also 2 trends, very important trends for Chinese IFIT individual travelers. So we noticed that the first one is more independency. So they like to be self-guided because they use what we call the UGC, user-generated content, to get inspired, to have all the information that they need from a location. Then, thanks to technology, they can navigate by themselves, and they can also make the translation with a translation app. So that's why they are avoiding now group tours. And then they like flexibility. That wasn't really the case before, because before they were like with a group together, and they prefer to know where to go and to have their itinerary fixed. But today, it's really different. They like flexibility. They like to have an itinerary not yet booked in order to enjoy the surprise that they can have on local destination. So thank you for your attention. I hope that was helpful.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Well, we know we don't have any time for the debate, José. And we also know that you have a flight to Paris and you have to get away right away. to get your flight. So let's leave it here. We'll dispense the debate, but thank you very, very much for the presentation. Let's continue with today's program now. We'll talk about hyperconnected mountains in Tajikistan, land of the 4 seasons. This presentation will show how this country is leveraging digital technologies to improve management, security, safety, and visitor experience in its mountain destinations. We'll also highlight key tools, and this will be Mr. Sharaf Sheralizad, extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador and permanent representative of the Republic of Tajikistan to the United Nations office. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants, dear colleagues, friends. Allow me first to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Andorra and UN Tourism for their warm hospitality and for convening us in this Congress. It's a privilege to share with you today the story of the hyperconnected mountains of Tajikistan, a journey of digital transformation through smart tools. So just to give you a little bit overview of Tajikistan. Tajikistan, the second most mountainous country of the world, and with 93% of mountains, with average altitude of 3,200 meters above the sea level, and 11 million inhabitants located in Central Asia. So digital transformation is at the heart of our tourism development agenda, and Tajikistan, a land of towering peaks and ancient pathways, is embracing the digital age to make its mountains not only more accessible, but also safer, smarter, and more sustainable. Earlier this year, we launched a tourism hotline available on weekdays and extended through WhatsApp and Telegram after hours, ensuring that visitors and companies receive immediate support. We also introduced a digital tourism map of Tajikistan available offline in multiple languages, guiding travelers through both popular and remote areas, complete with emergency contacts. And the first country in Central Asia to adopt the early warnings for all, the UN Secretary General initiatives. We are working with the UN agencies to strengthen early warning system for climate and natural hazards. In terms of connectivity and growth, in February this year, Tajikistan officially welcomed Starlink, and we were among one of the first countries who welcomed and hosted Starlink with their satellite access to the internet, opening a new horizon for connectivity in even and most remote valleys. This comes at a critical time. In 2025 alone, Tajikistan witnessed a 24% growth with 1.4 million visitors. Of course, it's incomparable with the 10 million of tourists in Andorra. Digital platforms now help us monitor tourist flow along the legendary Pamir Highway, coordinate service, and ensure that growth is managed responsibly. Our environment is both majestic and fragile, and with over 13,000 glaciers, Tajikistan is highly sensitive to the climate change. Out of 14,000 glaciers, we lost 1,000 of them because of the adverse impact of the climate change, which is very alarming. And satellites and sensors now track glaciers' movement and the water resources, providing vital data for sustainable management. And here I would like to mention that one of the largest, longest glaciers out of the polar region, Vanjak, which is 70 kilometers long, is also located in Tajikistan. So in terms of safety, safety too is paramount. Weather alerts, GPS tracking, and digital emergency response systems are being deployed to protect travelers along remote mountains routes and isolated regions. Tourism in Tajikistan is increasingly digital, with more than 240 tourism companies, 182 hotels, and 29 hostels platforms and apps now allows visitors to plan, navigate, and enjoy their journeys more efficiently. From skiing at Safedara Ski Resort, which is at 3,000 meters, to self-guided tours in Pamir Mountains, which has 7,500 mount peak called So Many Peaks, and digital tools are enhancing every steps of the visitor's experience. So average spending per tourist are also reflecting both opportunities and responsibilities. Of course, the challenge remains, and connectivity gaps, uneven infrastructure, and limited integration of advanced technology remind us that transformation is a process, not a destination. Yet, Tajikistan has immense potential with the investment in AI, fiber optics, mobile and satellite internet, digital literacy, and legislative frameworks. We can evolve into a fully smart mountain destination. So we declare 2025-2030 a years of digital economy development and innovation, which will significantly contribute to the tourism sector as well. We must also bridge the urban and rural digital divide and foster ecosystems that support innovation, startups, and public-private partnership. As the 70% of population lives in rural areas and 70% of population is under 35. We are also not alone in this journey, and initiatives such as GIGA, launched by UNICEF and International Telecommunication Union, to connect every school to the internet by 2030 inspires us to think much bigger. Through FDI, venture funds, angel investment, Islamic finance, and technical assistance, Tajikistan is open doors for collaboration, supporting local companies and startups to attend international exhibitions and forums is part of our strategy to integrate our tourism company into the global digital economy. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the mountains of Tajikistan are more than a destination, and they are a living laboratory for digital transformation. Smart technologies can monitor climate conditions, manage tourist flows, improve safety, and provide real-time information for visitors. With a vision, investment, and cooperation, Tajikistan mountains can become not only hyper-connected, but also a model of sustainable, inclusive, and innovative tourism. When connectivity reaches the highlands, isolation turns into opportunity, traditions meets innovation, and communities gain new pathways to thrive. Let us commit to a vision of mountains that transcend mere connection, becoming a power symbol where every summit stands as a testament to resilience, cooperation, and boundless potential. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Moltes gràcies.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now we're going to have a chat, a more relaxed chat. Someone who lives here in our country, an elite sportsman who also is a keen cyclist and has 1.3 million followers on social networks. So you could say he's a bit of an influencer too. We want to see the view that you can see from social networks. What is the idea of these mountain tourism? How can we be more competitive? Perhaps, on the other hand, it can lead to people not wanting to come because it's overcrowded. But here is Aleš Spargaro to talk to us. I'm sure many of you will know who Aleš is. Let me say that he is a former Spanish motorcycle racer and cyclist who competed in the MotoGP World Championships in 2017 for the Aprilia Racing Factory team, and then the proclaimed Spanish 125cc champion 2004 and the World Championship in 2012. He got his first podium MotoGP in 2014, achieving second position, took his first victory at the 2022 Argentina Grand Prix. Since he retired from professional motorcycling in 2024, he has become a very popular cyclist, and now he's been living here in Andorra for some time. Thanks for being here. It's a pleasure. Well, what's led you to make this life change and come to Andorra? Well, it's about 12 years ago, my wife said she wanted to find a place to set up as a family. Andorra was close by. We've always loved the Pyrenees, the mountains, and we've gradually built a life here. We have 2 kids in school here, and we really love it. It's a great place to live for anyone, particularly if you're an elite sports person. There are few countries, a few places around the world, and I could tell you that because I've traveled greatly, where there's so much available and things are so well prepared for training and sport. So did you know that Andorra was a big tourist destination? Had you ever thought before about coming here? Well, yes, we knew the Sardana region in northern Spain. We'd been on holiday a lot around here. We used to come, but we didn't really think that we might end up living here full time. As I say, when my wife said, let's give it a try, we loved it. And it's gradually become our home. We were talking about responsible tourism before and nature tourism. Well, there are more and more people like you who are coming to find somewhere where they can combine wellness and mountain among their tourist choices. Can this not be a dangerous trend? Because this ends up being a place where, in theory, it's quieter and more peaceful, but ends up just being where there are too many people. Well, this has been happening to everywhere around the world. The beautiful, magical places are losing their magic because of overcrowding. Well, that depends on us as tourism, or me as someone who's chosen to live here. And the government here has tried to avoid these problems by sort of finding a proper marriage between the visitors and the locals. The government has really been promoting in Arcalis. There's an area where you can only go on bikes, you can only cycle up there at certain times of the year. No cars are allowed. So these are the things they're doing. Things become more popular, more fashionable, and they can lose their charm. That's true. But at the same time, this is great that people can actually get to discover Andorra. What do you think makes Andorra especially, or any mountain and snow destination, so special for a visitor? It's true that it's been deseasonalized somewhat, but it's true people do associate Andorra with snow sports, with skiing. There are not many countries where you can ski and 10 minutes later, when you come off the slopes, you can be in a spa, at the cinema, or shopping. The ecosystem here is unique, and it makes it very attractive to anyone wanting to come in the winter. You're a bit of an influencer yourself. You've got 1.3 million followers on social media. Are there people who like this kind of content? Yes, more and more people want to see mountain content on their phones. Or as a sports person, it was hard for me to manage all that at one point. I didn't have the time, but now I realize that social media are a very powerful tool in terms of bringing people to tourist spots and advertising. Very often when I go out somewhere in Andorra, or I go for a walk with my kids in the mountain, it's amazing how many messages you get from people saying, hey, where is that? I want to come. How do I get here? People that plan their holidays and say, where could we go? Where would you recommend? So I think today social media are the best example of how you can really foster tourism. Would you give any recommendation to any of your fellow influencers? You know, when you're visiting somewhere, you have a lot of imports, a lot of people who want to visit. So I suppose you have to send out a message also saying, let's be responsible. Absolutely. We have so many protected natural areas around the country, and we need to continue to protect them for years to come. Many people in the center saying there are too many holiday houses. Well, I think there's a place for everything, but in natural areas, particularly those of us who ride bikes or motorbikes, are very clear about the fact we need to protect these areas for years to come so that they don't become overcrowded. Okay, down in the city, there's too many people, perhaps, but we want to make sure that it's not overcrowded in the mountains, and that's a message you need to get across. Do you think mountain tourism is currently a big trend? It's not just kicking off now. I mean, it's been around for a while. I think people are getting sick and tired of going to the beach and overpaying for food, drink, hotels, and so on. Oh, this is a good example. I think here, a sports person, I'm also an entrepreneur. I've got a number of restaurants here. When we started with the restaurants projects, we thought that December, January, February would be the peak time. But July and August are, in fact, when we have most work, we have most customers. So let me say that I'm more fan of Andorra in the summer than the winter. I love skiing, it's true, but I love walking by the lakes in the summer, enjoying the mountains, the meadows, not to put up with 45-degree heat like in some places. So I think a lot of people can enjoy Andorra more in the summer. It's true that you're an entrepreneur, you've got this gastronomical side of things. And this is a mountain territory where you have all these different interests. It's true, people have said, oh, too much high-rise, too many holiday houses. We saw this wonderful video at the start of this working system, and the supply here, whether people will choose mountains, doesn't mean to say we don't also have to have our own homegrown offer of services. Yeah, I agree. Every parish, every place needs to choose exactly what they want to offer. Let me say once again, we have to take care of our precious treasure, which is the mountain, and that's what makes Andorra unique, I think. Andorra la Vella, the city, needs to be a hub, bringing together many cultures, which it already is. You need top-level restaurants, spas. There are so many different things on offer here because tourism changes on a whim. You need to be offering lots of different things. The good thing about Andorra is that you can have so many different activities so close together. When friends come from all over the world, you take them to the Tibetan Bridge, and then you take them to Caldea, to the spa, then you take them to top-level restaurants, and then for a walk in the mountains. Tristaina, which is one of my favorite places, and all of that in a radius of 15, 20 kilometers. That's what makes Andorra so special. We don't have long, so very quickly, what do you think today inspires new generations in terms of tourism and mountains? I think, especially over the last few years, we've seen we're receiving lots of YouTubers and Instagrammers from around the country, which is impressive. I think they're attracted for a number of reasons, but partly because of the peace and quiet here. That's really important. It's the new generations that need to do their job, and they can do it in a big city like Madrid or Barcelona. They can work just as easily in a quiet place here. So tourism is certainly very important, but we need to not lose our essence. When you talk about it's calm, it's peaceful, it's also safe, don't you think? It's great you can go in the street and no one's asking you for your autograph all day. Yes. This is a place where we don't need burglar alarms, where we don't necessarily need to lock our houses at night. Not many people know that, but this is a beautiful thing about Andorra. There are times when there are lots of tourists and things change, but the essence is that it's one of the calmest and most peaceful places I've ever been to. And finally, what has it meant to you to change your life coming here? What kind of a change? Well, as an athlete, I can focus much more here. There are many, many sports persons living here. You can go out training with them. And one thing that most stands out for me is that I used to spend 220, 230 days a year traveling. Now I can catch a plane knowing my wife and kids are going to be safe at home. There's no danger, there's no risk. It really means that you can focus on your work, and that's absolutely priceless. Aleix, thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. An elite sportsman and a wonderful ambassador for our country. Thank you.
Doncs un testimoni, si més no inspirador,
An inspiring testimony by Aleix Espargaró, and we are lagging behind, and we have Minister Jordi Hereu, the Minister of Industry and Tourism of Spain. He will have 15 minutes to present on the transformation of Spanish tourism, digitization, and opening up to inland destinations. Over to you, Minister.
Jordi Hereu.
Jordi Hereu.
Molt bé, moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much. Dear Jordi Torres, Minister of Tourism and Trade in Andorra, Monica Borrell, Minister of Youth and Sports, representatives of the co-princes, the Archbishop of La Seu d'Urgell and the Republic of France, ministers, welcome.
UN tourists, distinguished authorities, senyors i senyores.
Ladies and gentlemen.
A deep expression of gratitude. Allow me to thank the government of Andorra for the invitation and for a hospitality that is consistently warm and authentic. And thank you, Minister Torres, dear Jordi, for this ongoing collaboration, which shows that being neighbors is about far more than geography. It is a shared way of understanding one another. Today, we bring together ministers, directors generals, and representatives from across the sector to exchange perspective on two issues of particular relevance: inland and mountain tourism, and how it must respond to challenges that affect the entire sector. Above all, climate change and the digital transition. However, I do not want to begin my intervention without highlighting a key idea. Tourism is both a generator of peace and a reflection of it. It brings people and cultures closer together, and it can only truly grow and thrive where peace and stability prevail. In this context, and in light of the ongoing conflict in the Persian Gulf, I would like to reaffirm the position of the government of Spain and Europe. We call for an immediate end to hostilities and a return to diplomatic solutions. This conflict is having serious consequences for many countries, particularly for their tourist sectors. We need strong voices in support of multilateralism and peaceful coexistence. That is why UN tourism plays a fundamental role. Its Secretary General, Sheikha Al-Nawis, can count on the full support and solidarity of the government of Spain, as well as my own. Now I will continue in my mother tongue, that is the official language in Andorra, in Catalan. Per mi és un plaer estar...
As the Catalan, Being in Andorra today is a pleasure for many reasons. Firstly, because those of us from Barcelona, this is a reality that we care about very much. It's very close to our hearts. I go to Alp, nearby Andorra, in La Cerdanya, in Catalonia, very often. So Andorra is our sister country, and we feel at home here. So I would like to convey to you that coming to Andorra is always an honor as the Spanish minister today, but also as a citizen, as a Catalan. It's always a true pleasure. And my background, all of my grandparents come from a valley in the Lleida Pyrenees. So this is a reality that is well known to me, and it's very close to my heart. I'm not here to tell you about the values of Spain from a tourism standpoint, but I'm here to share with you why the topic of this Congress, and I'm very grateful to the Andorran government and UN Tourism for organizing an event like this one to share and reflect on the present and the future of mountain tourism, snow tourism, and well-being tourism. And I'm here to tell you that these type of tourism, these experience for the Spanish government and for Spain is not yet another strategy. But at the moment, it is a key element in our strategic plan as a country. So we are investing in the topic of this Congress. We are transforming and planning because it's an industry that should grow. So for Spain, this is a strategic element in tourism, a fundamental part of our tourism strategy. Spain received last year 97 million of international tourists. That meant 134 billion euros for the Spanish economy, accounting for 12% of our GDP. And it's quite clear that due to the direct and indirect impact of the industry, it is quite relevant. Of course, when we talk about these very high amount of visitors, we should think that the transformation of the tourism model is something key. I'm here in Andorra, and I have the tourism minister of Portugal here, and we are all a big powerhouse of tourism in the world. But we want to lead the industry with humility, with empathy, and we know that our model has to change if we aim to guarantee the sustainability of our leadership in the future. So for Spain, the social sustainability of the model is not a mere motto. It's the building block. It's a basic concern that we have to guarantee the financial sustainability of the model. So in this regard, I'd like to share that we are working on something I call the 4 Ds. In Spain, we need to deconcentrate, alleviate tourism destinations. We were born more than a century ago. The main attraction was the light of our Mediterranean Sea, the blue of our sea, and that's how we were born, and that reality still accounts for 2/3 of our tourism. So it's a part of tourism in which we are investing heavily to keep transforming and to contribute with added value to the main traditional attraction. But today we are focusing very much on the other third of tourism. And since we need to alleviate the pressure, that's when inland tourism, mountain tourism, and well-being tourism comes into play. And we need to diversify our product. We are investing heavily in the diversification of our value proposals. So we need to alleviate the pressure, diversify, de-seasonalize, and that's what we are doing for many different reasons, because there are many social segments that can travel in March, April, May. October is now a high season or an interesting season, and because we want to have sustainable tourism throughout the year. It means better quality, better employment quality, and a higher capacity to redistribute wealth. So we have 3 Ds, and there's a 4th D, another notion, which is digitization. The digitization of the tourism experience. It's key. From the very moment someone thinks about Spain as a tourism destination until they go back home and they want to revisit their experience. Digitization is a process that supports us along the way. To have a proper experience and to keep up the well-being culture, we will have to move away from digital devices to have a strictly personal and genuine experience of what well-being should be. So we are investing in digitization, but we need experiences without digital devices at some point to have a unique and indispensable experience, because well-being tourism is the tourism of quiet, of tranquility. So we need to do different things there. And that's why you are so important. And to us, slow tourism to really enjoy the realities of inland tourism or mountain tourism, snow tourism, and well-being tourism, that is a key element, a strategy. So we've been investing many resources in the last 4 to 5 years. We have invested 34 billion in the transformation of the tourism model. So we have developed more than 500 tourism sustainability plans in different destinations. And I could give you many examples. In the Aragon Pyrenees, we invested together with the regional authorities 16 million in the Benasque Valley to implement a project to improve accessibility, for promotion and the digitization of the experience. But I could mention many different projects here. One of them is Bien de Altura. It's about coordinating many different destinations in Spain that share the motto of quality tourism. So we are working on the product, on tourism, when we promote with our funds the cultural and historical heritage, or when we renovate castles. We are promoting that same policy. And that is key for 2 reasons. The sustainability public policy, and because it's a main goal, what we call the demographic challenge. a country with territorial imbalance is less fair and less smart, and market trends tend to mega concentration. So we need public policies to redistribute the profits and benefits of tourism. So we take the demographic challenge very seriously, and I believe that Spain and around the world, tourism can be an engine, a trigger to redistribute wealth, and it's also an accelerator of development. But it must do it sustainably, being respectful with the uniqueness of our social reality. So that's what Spain is invested in. We are really focusing on this type of tourism, and there's a long way to go. If the minister allows me, we could work together, because the Pyrenees have to be placed internationally. They have to be put on the international map. I think that there's an international market that should think about the Pyrenees. And there are many tools, many things that we could do together, because the Pyrenees are a key geographical unit. So let me tell you, you've been discussing about AI, digitization. Well, we are investing heavily in digitization, and we are building a great alliance about smart points. We are helping destinations to go digital. We're helping businesses to digitize. So we are building a fantastic platform of shared knowledge. Well, we believe that we need to invest in quality on a daily basis. We are increasingly interested in value and not so much in volume. And we want to do that in a peaceful world. And Western Mediterranean should go back to peace and normalcy. And we will end up having many flows to this part of the world where we enjoy coexistence, respect and peace. But I want to redistribute the benefits of tourism across the world. And I am the minister of a country that is hosting many people, and we're happy to do that. But I have listened to all of you from different countries who convey the excitement, and that's the universal value of tourism. So in this regard, we need peace to develop tourism, and tourism should be turned into one of the main leverages for peace in the world. In these recent turbulent times, we need to confirm that. So we will be ready for sustainable growth of tourism. Our country will be ready. And there's no sustainability without authenticity. I don't think that countries can build non-authentic scenarios, and the authenticity of a territory is marked or defined by the quality of life of its people. So tourism should help us develop the quality of life of our citizens. They lead the territories. So authenticity-based tourism, this is what we should all experience in these beautiful mountains, enjoying these resources that is snow. And that's why the fight against climate change has to be a key element in any tourism strategy. And all in all, we need to be able to share our values with those who come to us to experience a different life. Tourism helps us be a better humanity, and hopefully we'll be able to work together for a better tourism at the service of a better world. Thank you.
Moltíssimes gràcies.
Thank you very, very much, Minister of Industry and Tourism of Spain, Mr. Jordi Hereu, for your words. You really have spoken in the way one would expect in such a closing ceremony. We'd like to thank everyone who's going to be going off on a trip this afternoon. Please go to the meeting point at 2:45 this afternoon, where you will be told if there are any changes to your tour. There might be some changes in where you're going or what you're doing. So 2:45, go to the info point, all of you who are doing activities this afternoon, for an update. Now it's time to have the closing ceremony, and I will invite the authorities to the stage. I'll ask, please, Mr. Honourable Councillor of Tourism of Ordino, which was the host parish, Mr. Jordi Serracanta. Please come up to the lectern.
Moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much, Minister of Tourism and Trade, Jordi Torres, Honourable Monica Solé, distinguished Cordula Volmuta, Director of the Regional Department of Europe of UN Tourism Authorities, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Just 2 years ago, I had the pleasure of sharing the Ordino Valley on this very same stage, where we presented Riberamund and other routes for family tourism within our parish. And I hope that and trust that you can get to know if you haven't already done so. First of all, I'd like to thank UN Tourism and the government of Andorra for jointly organizing this World Congress on Snow, Mountain and Wellness Tourism with the motto, the destination under digital influence. We've exchanged ideas, we've shared our concerns, and I think I can say that each and every one of us have got to know a lot more thanks to your presence, whether as participants or as the audience. I'm convinced that the proposed topic would allow us to organize a whole other Congress, and even though this one has really provided much to talk about, there are always aspects that we could analyze. Throughout the presentations and debates that we've heard, we have taken note of innovative concepts provided by technology and this digital influence which is so present in our daily lives. We've also seen how it allows us to access information in a smarter way and how it can help us to position a tourist destination. Even this closing event, well, we could have done this without my being here. We could have used AI. But at the end of the day, we are the people who have to use our common sense and use that common sense for things that help us to move things forward. However, in the different sessions, one word that has come up again and again is experience, which is more necessary than ever in an artificially intelligent world. On behalf of Ordino and as the councillor responsible for tourism policy and mountains policy with a population of under 6,000 inhabitants, and which is, in Ordino, a biosphere reserve, I want to thank you all and invite you to share this entire experience once you get home, so that you can, in a way, be ambassadors for a country and a parish like ours. Some of you, I'm sure, have already discovered our valley through its history with a visit to the House Museum of Arenplandolit. You've probably taken a tour of the town of Ordino, which is the Best Tourist Village 2023. or you've been up to the Solar Tristaina viewing platform with panoramic views at 2,700 meters above sea level. And those of you who haven't, you've still got time to go. And we can do this afternoon or tomorrow morning. And in this connection, I think it's been a great idea by the Ministry to propose visits and outings in the afternoons from the first day of the Congress. I'm sure this has certainly given you more options and more chance to get to know and experience the territory that has hosted you over the last 3 days. All we have to say, well, 2 things to say. Thanks to everyone, and thank you very much for sharing. Thank you very much. Perhaps you'd like to stay here. Thank you. We'd like to ask the speaker to stay here. And now we'll ask Monica Soule to come up. She is the La Massana Councillor for Tourism. They will be hosting the Congress in 2 years' time.
Benvolgudes
authorities, sector professionals, attendees. We are now reaching the end of this Congress, during which we've shared spaces for reflection, learning, but also fun. I would like to sincerely congratulate the organizing team, both the Ministry of Tourism and the municipality or parish of Ordino, and we will be taking over from you in 2 years' time. The 14th Snow and Mountain Tourism Congress will be in 2028, which is a very significant date because it will be 20 years since it was created. The project was born, in fact, in 1998 in Escaldas on Gordañ, and after the first 3 editions, it became shared between the 7 municipalities or parishes and the government. A very important step because it reflects the union and the link between the different administrations to work together around the driving economic force of our country. After 13 editions, the Snow Congress has become an international benchmark where we can analyze the challenges of mountain territories and share experiences that can help us to move forward hand in hand. The challenges of digitalization and new technologies, climate change, adaptability of business models, all of this affects all of us in this room. And therefore, I propose that you continue to share knowledge because the future of our territories is intertwined, whether we come from Montenegro, Portugal, Austria, Switzerland, or Andorra. Thank you very much to each and every one of you, and I hope you have made the most of this Congress. Thank you so much.
Moltíssimes gràcies.
Thank you very much, Madame Soule. And now I'd like to ask the director of the regional of the UN Tourism, Madame Cordova Balmuto.
Bon dia. Buenos dias. Good morning again, dear ministers, excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. As we bring this edition of the World Congress on Snow, Mountain and Wellness Tourism to a close, let me begin with a heartfelt thank you. Thank you to the entire government of Andorra and the 7 parishes, especially Ordino, our host this year, for your long-standing collaboration for UN tourism that has done far more than sustain this Congress since 1998. It has shaped it into a place where ideas come together, where tradition and innovation speak to one another, and where the future of mountain tourism is reimagined with courage, dedication, and clarity. Your commitment, dear colleagues from Andorra, is extraordinary. You are playing a role model for many others, and your hospitality has made each one of us feel truly at home, especially for the fantastic food that we had yesterday during lunch and in the dinner. Thank you so much for that, because food is also one of the main ingredients for our beloved tourism sector, beside peace and the interhuman connections that we experience. Over Over these 2 days, we have not only explored how mountain destinations are evolving, we have also felt how these mountains continue to transform all of us, because the mountains continue to teach us something very essential, essential values: resilience, balance, respect, and cooperation. And these are values that are more necessary today than ever in order to face the global challenges and to face the uncertain times we are currently living. And from the very beginning, our Secretary General from UN Tourism, Mrs. Sheikha Al-Nuwais, set the tone for everything that followed by highlighting that the critical question for mountain destinations is not how many visitors we can attract, but how many we can sustain, because truly sustainable tourism is not about limits, it is about balance. And this has guided our conversations from start to finish. We have seen how digitalization, artificial intelligence, real-time data can help destinations to anticipate pressure, protect our ecosystems, and offer better experience to our visitors. And we have heard how hyperconnected mountains from Tajikistan to Yosemite redefine how we think about planning safety, mobility, and year-round management. And we have witnessed in many destinations across Europe and beyond how they embrace transformation, not for its own sake, but with purpose, balance, and vision. And yet, amid all this progress and the discussions, the mountains also keep reminding us we need to slow down. We need to breathe. We need to return to the silence and perspective we so easily lose in our hyper-connected world. And sometimes the most meaningful innovation is not the digital one, but the invitation to reconnect with ourselves, with each other, and with nature. And we also faced honestly and constructively the defining challenge of our time, namely climate change. So we presented the reports of that adaptation is essential for the future of our mountain destinations. And this we did with determination to act, to rethink, and to innovate. And Minister Torres, you captured the spirit so beautifully yesterday when you said, tourism and nature are inseparable in Andorra. Our future depends on protecting what makes these mountains extraordinary and guiding growth in a way that preserves their soul. Beautifully said. Thank you so much for that. This Congress has shown that when technology, knowledge, and community come together, mountain tourism can thrive. As we leave Andorra, I hope we carry with us not only insights, but a renewed sense of connection to ourselves, to each other, to nature, and to our beloved mountains. I wish to thank again the Ministry of Tourism and Trade of Andorra for hosting us, the entire government, but also all the countries that came from Austria, from Georgia, from Colombia, from Slovenia, Tajikistan, Albania, Switzerland. Thank you so much for coming and joining us during the last 2 days. To all the teams that were involved from the ministries and from our UN Tourism Secretariat, Sandra, Chloe, Candela, for all the tireless efforts to make this a true success, and to the interpreters for their wonderful work. In this sense, thank you so much. Gracias, muchas gracias, safe travels, and let's keep working on our beloved tourism sector to make it sustainable and resilient. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If you want. Okay, thank you.
And last but not least, to officially close this Congress, he's the Minister of Tourism and Trade of the Principality of Andorra, Mr. Jordi Torres Falcó.
Moltes gràcies, Gemma. Bona tarda.
Thank you very much, Gemma. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, distinguished authorities, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here. Let me first extend my gratitude to all of you for being here. during these days. In a world that is moving faster and faster, finding spaces to listen to each other, share experiences and think about the future together is in itself a small luxury. Today we conclude the 13th edition of this World Congress on Snow, Mountain and Wellbeing Tourism. 13 editions that remind us that this Congress is not just a sectoral meeting. It's a meeting point for ideas, visions and people who believe in the potential of mountains as spaces of life, balance and opportunities. During these 2 days, we have been able to confirm how the tourism sector is undergoing a profound transformation, a change where experiences, well-being and technology, especially AI, are redefining the way we travel, we discover territories and we manage destinations. We have had the privilege of listening to nearly 25 speakers, top-level professionals who have provided us with knowledge, reflection and inspiration. To all of them, thank you very much for your generosity and the quality of your presentations. The institutional dimension of this Congress has also been particularly significant. The first roundtable I shared with high-level ministerial representatives from Montenegro and Portugal with my dear friend, the Secretary of State, Mr. Machado. I would also like to highlight the participation of our speakers and above all to especially thank the presence of international delegations that have visited us and also the representatives of the Andorran tourism industry. I would like to especially thank UN Tourism and its General Secretary. By the way, she could not be here today. I'm talking about and was replaced by Ms. Cordula, and the staff behind the scenes in a Congress like this one takes a long time to prepare, and this is only the tip of the iceberg. But my gratitude to everyone behind the scenes. I would like to thank the 7 municipalities, the parish of Ordino. They offered yesterday and will offer this afternoon cultural nature workshops, well-being workshops in an enviable mountain setting. We have listened very carefully to the reflections shared by international organizations like UN Tourism and FAO, which have clearly reminded us of a fundamental idea. The future of mountains necessarily requires balanced, responsible development capable of preserving their natural, social and economic value. Along the same lines, the words of our head of state and the Secretary General in the opening session, they reminded us that the current challenge lies not so much in growth, but in its management, advocating for a model based on balance between visitors and local communities. They also highlighted how digitization offers us extraordinary tools to better understand visitors and design more sustainable experiences. Together with the reflections and debates of these 2 mornings, and the presentation by Mr. Jordi Herrero, the Spanish Minister of Tourism. I'm very grateful to him for being here today too. Will help us from now on and understand where snow, mountain and wellness tourism is evolving in an increasingly complex and changing global context. Taking into account the recent events in the Middle East. And this Congress is precisely that, a space in which governments, companies and international organizations and professionals share the path to continue imagining the mountain tourism of tomorrow. Your engagement has made it possible to achieve what makes a Congress like this one meaningful. Dialogue, exchange. We have established new partnerships between countries, professionals and institutions. Enjoy the territory, enjoy Andorra this afternoon and the activities offered by the Congress. Get to know and experience our country. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
Doncs procedirem ara sí a la cerimònia formal del tras.
Now we will have the formal ceremonies. We pass the baton to the next host. We're going to just do this by protocol. And now we'll have the handover to Jordi Torres, who will pass it on to Ordino, and he will officially hand it over to the next host, which will be Massana, Monica Soler, who is in charge of tourism in that parish. Thank you very much indeed.
Doncs fins aquí.
So this is the end of our Congress. We hope that it has been of great interest to you all.
Em demanen al ministre si poden...
The ministers are asking if the authorities would be so good as to come up for a family photo. Thank you.
Perdona, perdoneu. Una mica més endavant tindreu una mica més de llum. Si us poseu una mica més endavant, sí, tindreu millor llum tots. Un pelet. Deixo aquí, deixo aquí.